Welcome, everybody. We're gonna continue researching U.S. immigration policy. We've got a lot of drama today. So you've got the Koch brothers. They are the ones who originally founded CATO, did almost 100% of the funding over years, then slowly spent less and less. And now they don't fund it at all, but they continue getting funding from foundations and corporations that support libertarian policy. Probably for deregulation. And they are their findings of crime among unauthorized immigrants is contradicted by studies from the Prevention Research Center. So we're going to look over both of those studies, look at criticisms back and forth. We've also got other studies from different institutions like the government entity, the NBER, the National Bureau of Economics Research, as well as some other studies that have been published. So we've got multiple sources here. Today we're going to focus on CATO versus the CPRC. So let's get started. Okay, first, yeah, check my stream on YouTube and Twitch. Yes, we're live on both. It's gonna fix my Twitch stream title. Okay, looks good. And I'm gonna set up Twitch chat. I missed a few chatters before, so I want that firmly in my peripheral versus me having to turn my head to see Twitch chat. Okay, looks good. Okay, so first thing I should do is pull up my PowerPoint with all of our notes. Here it is. Let me make sure. Oh, it's so bright. Let me make sure I properly saved it last time. Okay, last thing I did, I moved words of the day up here. Our words of the day so far have been imputation, representativeness, extrapolation, asylees, ex ante. I don't know what imputation means, but that's when you try to substitute in data, missing data that you have in an analysis with data that you think would be accurate. So if you have, if you're doing a survey on who's going to vote which way, and you get 1,000 results from people 60 to 70, but you only get, let's say like 50 from people to like 20 to 30, you've got to, what they call impute the data from 20 to 30-year-olds. So, you got to proportionalize it. You make some assumptions. So it's not ideal, but you're doing the best you can with what you got, basically. And we've got this word. Some of these, I mean, I knew what these mean already. I just like the words. in this conversation. Okay. Let's see, what's ex ante mean? I looked this up. Ex ante. Based on forecasts rather than actual results. Okay, so this is just kind of like hypothesizing. Notional demand. Okay, so just some reviews here. Crime rates we see from this Texas study from the Migration Policy Institute seems to be nonpartisan. That's what they say. They use data out of Texas because Texas keeps data on the immigration status of convicted criminals, and because they cooperate with the FBI, they're not a sanctuary state. They don't have sanctuary cities, which it might be nice to have a sanctuary city. We've learned the reasons why it's good to have sanctuary city policies in place. But like we can't get data from them. But luckily, Texas, they have a large population in general and a large unauthorized immigrant population. What they've estimated is that documented immigrants have a lower crime rate than U.S. born citizens, and unauthorized immigrants have a much lower crime rate, so about 40%. Overall, with 1/10 of weapons crimes and 1/5 of violent crimes, half the property crimes and half the drug offending crimes. Which really, we care most about violent crimes, of course. Okay, we've got some other data that's interesting. We also want to, like, in our analysis, account for the age of unauthorized immigrants because younger men tend to commit more crimes. So if like you have a high population of immigrants that are young men, you'd expect them to commit more crimes. What we see is that even if you don't account for that, immigrants still have less crime than U.S. born citizens. But if you do account for it, they have especially low rates of crime. And then something interesting that we learned too is that as people age, or the people that are younger now are actually less violent than the people that were younger in previous generations. So each of these years is separated by 10 years. And you can see, like, what I had always heard, what you expect, crime peaking around 19, 20 years old for males. In fact, so the violent criminality among young men has decreased so quickly that the peak is the peak of violent offenders is now at 30 years old. And there's various hypotheses I've heard for that, ranging from just like Netflix and video games distracting people to abortions being allowed under Roe v. Wade, less kids born into broken homes, to less lead exposure as children through like flaking lead paint and lead in the air due to lead in gasoline, which would have a higher concentration of lead in the air in urban areas, which are already urban areas are already prone to more crime per person. That's across the world. Okay, we also looked at data from NBER, the National Bureau of Economic Research. They're a government-funded agency, and founded in 1920. And what they looked at was the incarceration rate of immigrants versus U.S.-born citizens. They didn't look at unauthorized versus authorized immigrants. They just looked at immigrants in general. And what you can see here is that immigrants commit crimes at, let's see here. So this is all immigrants. Immigrants commit crimes at lower rates than people that are born here. And this is only males 18 to 40, so it's accounting for that age differential in violence or perpetration, perping. And you can see here, Mexican and Central Americans have the highest crime rate among all immigrants, but it's still lower than U.S. born. It's about 80% of it or so. We can look. This would include unauthorized immigrants, I found out. So if we arrest in the U.S. an unauthorized immigrant for a serious violent crime, we have them serve their sentence in the U.S. and then they get deported immediately afterwards. So this isn't skewed by not having inmates serving their time in the U.S. And then also too, if you compare immigrant crime rates to white people crime rates, then it's also lower than that too. We're doing deep dives. Like my eventual goal is to start debating people on specific topics. So at this point, I feel ready to debate uh, somebody with conservative views on the immigration topic. But we just want to really cover our bases here, so hence the deep dive. Okay, again, this is from that same paper on the crime of illegals in Texas. And then just to clarify, like in the news or from commentators, conservatives will tend to use the word illegal immigrants. That's technically correct. And then people more on the left side, they'll tend to say undocumented immigrant. It softens it kind of. I don't really like that phrase as much because I feel like, what if they are here illegally? They just lost their documents. Let's say their dog ate their documents or something. It seems like an unnecessary softening to me. But in a lot of the literature, the researchers, they use the term unauthorized immigrant. So I'm trying to use that as much as possible. I feel like that's it's clear what they mean and it's not too harsh. But all three of those are used interchangeably in our media landscape. Okay, here's a history of immigration in the U.S. We're almost at our peak rate of immigration in 1890, which was 14.8%. This is with estimates of the immigration population from Pew. I'll go into why I'm citing Pew specifically. There's a disagreement. Yale came out with a new methodology in 2018 to estimate the number of unauthorized immigrants in the U.S., which is, as you can imagine, by its nature, just hard to estimate. Pew does the survey. They try to get a cross section of the country, and then they ask people if they're immigrants or not, but they don't ask them if they're illegal immigrants or not. And then the U.S. government provides Pew with the number of legal immigrants, which is all documented. There's not a big dispute about that number of legal immigrants in the country. So then they take the proportion of people that answer the survey and they say they are immigrants, and they subtract out the known legal immigrant proportion, and they get the proportion of unauthorized immigrants, and then scale that back to the U.S. population. And then they increase the number by 13.5% to account for their estimation of the number of people that don't answer surveys because they're unauthorized immigrants. So as you can imagine, unauthorized immigrants are less likely to answer polls by Pew, even though Pew doesn't go and they don't enforce immigration and deport people themselves. People might think it's a trick, something like that. I mean, you can see there's no real like upside to it for them. I say Pew estimates, and here's what the estimates are. Pew estimates 11 million unauthorized immigrants in the U.S. And Yale estimates 22 million. The importance of this, if there's more unauthorized immigrants than we previously thought, so they can, for this case, is twice as many. That means our crime rate's actually half of what we think it is. And in all of these studies I'm referencing, the researchers, they use Pew's estimate. So the crime rate could be as low as, for instance, like 1/10 the violent crime rate, meaning that as unauthorized immigrants come into this country, they actually make us safer because they dilute the pool of targets of violent criminals. Yale, their methodology is they incorporate Pew's data. They have an advanced model. There's a lot of factors to it. Then they look at arrest rates at the border. Ever since 2001, the Border Patrol's been fingerprinting everybody that they've encountered. Since 2015, they've been doing DNA and taking pictures of faces for face detection, which sounds better. I imagine a lot of unauthorized immigrants tend to work with their hands a lot, so whether that's using a shovel, I know the worst, or the workers with the fastest changing fingerprints are masonists, or just masons, people that lay brick. So not only so with that, Yale can get more data on how many people are continually trying to get into the country or who successfully get into the country and then they return to Mexico. Those are circular migrants, and that's somewhat common. It's less common now since the border's tougher to cross since 2015. Obama was pretty tough on the border and immigration, unlawful immigration. Bush didn't really do anything. Clinton was pretty tough on it. Obviously, Trump's tough on it. Okay, with recent shakeups, here's a structure. There's a few light notes on the structure of ICE. For one, ICE and Border Patrol are separate entities. There's the man that's been in the news a lot lately, Thomas Homan. He's the border czar, is what they call it. He's the executive associate director for enforcement and removal operations. So he's appointed by Trump and then confirmed in the Senate. That process has happened already. Now there's a director of ICE, also appointed by the president and confirmed by Senate. Wait, is it border czar confirmed by the Senate? Let's look this up. Might be confusing the two. It's a border czar confirmed by the Senate. He might not be actually, because he's more of a. He's more of like an administrator. Okay, Jasmine Crockett, November 2024. Jasmine Crockett called for Trump's new border czar, Tom Homan, to be confirmed by the Senate. Sounds like he's not that. Was Thomas Homan confirmed by the Senate? Without the need for Senate confirmation. Okay, I'll just trust our cursory glance. This doesn't seem like it'd be anyone would lie about this. Okay, appointed by president, not confirmed by Senate. The director of Vice Cal Vitello, who was confirmed by Senate, he was fired after a month. Suspected of media leaks and not enough deportation, according to Trump. By the way, the Pew's model is called the residual model. Yale's model is called the inflow-outflow model. Yale looks at border arrest data, like I mentioned, which includes thumbprinting, facial recognition, and DNA analysis, which can help us get a picture of who's repeatedly trying to get in. And they also look at data from this program called the Mexican Migration Project, which surveys people in Mexico, asking them if they've worked in the U.S. before, how many times they've worked, how long they worked in the U.S. in an unauthorized fashion. Well, since they're in Mexico, they're more likely to answer a survey about breaking the law in the U.S. And by breaking the law, I just mean crossing the border. Okay, importantly too, with Yale's model, this is 2018, was 14.6. This has been further revised after peer review upwards. With the Yale's model, the trajectory of the undocumented population is the same as Pew's research. So that is to say, the shape of the graph is the same. It's just the scale that's different. So if we look at, for instance, like this projection. Oops, let me take account of like what part of my screen's blocked by the face of my stream. Let's do power tool is always on top of a command prompt. Works good. Okay, so in this data here, we see Yale's estimate over the years of the number of unauthorized immigrants in the U.S., and it's a similar shape to Pew Research. I've got quite a bit of information over the course of these few days. Oh, and finally, I think it's important to point out, I did want to look into fentanyl statistics because I know it's talked about a lot, but the story of illegal migration into the U.S. is not a story of fentanyl imports. So most fentanyl, it comes from boats, so container ships, it comes from trucks, it comes through tunnels underground. The story of fentanyl coming into the U.S. is not the story of like illegal immigrants with like a 55-gallon black trash bag full of fentanyl, like running across the border, jumping fences with it. It's a separate process. And the vast majority of found fentanyl is trafficked by U.S. citizens. So this would be like truckers, people that work on the ships. And then this is interesting too. So we looked at overall overdose deaths in the U.S. And although fentanyl makes the news a lot, it's the wrong selection. Here we go. Here's deaths per 100,000 of downers, so opioids, and we can see this huge spike here, and this is fentanyl. And if you add all these up, instead of having this rate here, it's been around 100,000 Americans dying every year since 2021. We'd see this significant spike happening. The thing is, fentanyl, it's a lot lighter. As little as 2 milligrams can kill you if you're a small person with a low tolerance. But also, I was surprised to find out this green line here. This is meth, and then blue is cocaine. If you add up cocaine and meth, it's almost as many overdoses as fentanyl. I don't know how meth gets in the U.S. I know that a lot of cocaine comes from South America, but still, I'm assuming it's smuggled in the same way fentanyl is. Okay, and then also importantly, over twice as many males as females die of overdoses. This is from the CDC. Okay, this data is for this is just general data about the US. Okay, so let's start our look into the Crime Prevention Research Center, founded by John Lott. This entity has come out with research suggesting that illegal immigrants commit crimes at higher rates than the US born and people here legally. Okay, so we'll start at their website. Okay, who are they according to themselves? About. Will Linkit keep things tidy and detailed? Okay, stream housekeeping. dedicated to conducting academic quality research on the relationship between. Oh, well, actually, here I'll go into detail about the founder. He's got a PhD. I pre-watched this. Economics from UCLA. Worked at Yale, Wharton. So he's got a good reputation. Is that called the chops? He's got the chops. Okay, so it's a 501c3. That's not surprising. Oh, no donations from gun or ammunition makers or NRA. Any org involved in the gun control debate. If there's a certain category of 501c3 where if you're a political entity, so like a think tank, then you have to divulge all of your donors, which are sometimes foundations, corporations, from donors that donate $200 or more. Enhance public safety through these scientific advances and improved awareness and knowledge. Okay, let's see. Lots of research on guns and gun policy and crime. CPRC is founded by Dr. John Lott. Served as senior advisor for research and statistics under Trump. Worked for DOJ in the Office of Legal Policy. Oh, he's worked at Stanford too. Wait. Stanford. Okay, I'm not looking at a gun policy. That's doesn't seem to be a topic of national interest right now. What is Trump? Yeah, it's just not in the debate. I haven't seen it anywhere. What else? What's not being talked about? It seems to be that like welfare's for U.S. citizens not being talked about. Talked about immigration, Ukraine-Russian war. um, buying Greenland, buying or annexing Canada. I'll have to I'll find a way to parse through that for further streams. Okay. All right, so we're looking at CATO's criticism on the CPRC's studies, because that was this was a big debate on the right. It was a point of our stream today. CATO criticism of Policy Research Center. Okay, we're not seeing it. Okay, here's our folder. These are mostly studies on crime rates of undocumented immigrants. Okay, here we go. Here's a CATO fact check on Facebook. Whoa. What do we have here? Okay, June 2024. Crime committed by illegal immigrants is an important and contentious public policy issue, but it is notoriously difficult to measure and compare their criminal conviction rate with those of other groups such as legal immigrants and native-born Americans. Wait, they're talking about the Texas study from MPI. Migration Policy Institute. Calculating the crime rates for illegal immigrants, and native-born Americans in Texas requires estimating the size of each subpopulation. This presents a particular challenge for illegal immigrants because the American Community Survey, ACS, and other population surveys do not specifically ask whether respondents are illegal immigrants. Even if they did ask, it would be unwise to trust the results. Thus, this policy analysis follows widely used statistical methods to estimate the size of Texas's legal and illegal immigrant populations over the 2013 to 2022 period. That method is a modified residual method developed by the economist Christian Gunati that makes larger adjustments for the estimated undercount of the immigrant population and relaxes earlier assumptions about employment and Medicaid access due to legal changes since Gunati first published his methods. Gunati imputed legal immigrant status and identified those remaining foreign-born residents of Texas as illegal immigrants, which is different from other residual statistical methods that identify illegal immigrants first and then count the remaining foreign-born residents as legal immigrants. I've never seen that method that they just mentioned. I've only heard of Pew's residual method and Yale's inflow-outflow. So where are these numbers coming from? That, because yeah, that methodology sounds bad. CMS. But CMS is super close to Pew's estimate, so I don't know why I bring this up. Okay, I want to specifically find the paper where they push back on the CPRC. CATO. Fatal flaw. Here we go. Okay, so then let's start our slide on the CPRC. Lott CPRC. CATO pushback. Okay, let's see. We'll print this out. Okay, this is 2018, February 18, February 5th. So he said. Yes. Okay, so here's our criticism of CPRC. Economist John R. Lott of the Crime Prevention Research Center released a working paper in which he purports to find that illegal immigrants in Arizona from 1985 through 2017 have a far higher prison admission rate than U.S. citizens. Media from Fox News to the Washington Times and the Arizona Public have reported on Lott's claims, while Attorney General Jeff Sessions and Representative Paul Gosar have echoed them from their positions of authority. However, Lott made a small but fatal error that undermines his finding. Original white paper was Oh, working paper. Working paper was widely reported, cited by AG Jeff Sessions and RAZ Rep Paul Gosar. Paul Gosar is...
Now for the night team in Arizona.
Okay. House Representative. See,
And good evening,
Paul
all new at 6
Gosar?
tonight. A $50 million lawsuit has been filed against the Chandler Police Department.
Paul Gosar headlines white supremacist group's annual convention by 12 News. Paul Gosar defends posting violent video of Ocasio-Cortez. Huh. Who's this guy?
The House will be in order. Will Representative Gosar present himself in the well? By its adoption of House Resolution 789, the House has resolved that Representative Paul Gosar of Arizona be censured.
Let's just leave it. It's never good when you're called to present yourself in the well of Congress. A powerful condemnation by Democrats today for Republican Congressman Paul Gosar of Arizona. As we mentioned, he's been unapologetic about that animated video depicting him killing AOC and attacking.
Oh, he posted a video of himself, an animated video of himself killing AOC. What a freak. Let's see. Background opacity, 50%.
Attacking the president of the...
How do we center our subtitles, options, window color? What's outline look like?
The United States.
Disguising death threats against a member of Congress and a president of the United States in an animated video does not make those death threats any less real or less serious. And indeed, conveying them this way makes them potentially more dangerous by normalizing violence.
What is so hard?
Yeah, let's see what she has to say.
About saying
The victim
is
in
wrong.
this video.
This is not about me. This is not about Representative Gosar. But this is about what we are willing to accept.
Let's talk about this day with our friends tonight. Eugene Robinson, Pulitzer Prize-winning columnist for The Washington Post, and Mike Murphy, veteran Republican strategist, co-director of the Center for the Political Future. He maintains there is one at the University of Southern California.
Here's Gosar
I
himself.
must join Alexander Hamilton, the first person attempted to be censored by this House. So be it. It is done.
What are they doing today?
Oh. Playing the victim card. Censure. Oh, they expressed severe disapproval.
Hey.
It's like if I've got to join the likes of Alexander Hamilton. So be it. You guys are making me like Hamilton. What was he censured for? Oh, it was the first attempted use. Treasury Secretary, who was accused of misadministration of 2 congressionally authorized loans under the Funding Act of 1790 by William Giles. Okay, so well, let's continue this CATO rebuttal of the CPRC data showing that CPRC is saying illegal migrants commit crimes at high rates. Gosar's a freak. Good to know. Gosar is unhinged. Lott wrote his paper based on a data set he obtained from the Arizona Department of Corrections that lists all admitted prisoners in the state of Arizona from 1985 to 2017. According to Lott, the data allowed him to identify whether the prisoners are illegal or legal residents. This is where Lott made a small error. The data set does not allow him or anybody else to identify illegal immigrants. The variable that Lott focused on is citizen. That variable is broken into 7 categories. Lott erroneously assumed that the 3rd category, called non-U.S. citizen and deportable, only counted illegal immigrants. That is not true. Non-U.S. citizens and deportable immigrants are not all illegal immigrants. Right, somebody could have a green card, so they're deportable and they're not U.S. citizens. A significant proportion of non-U.S. citizens who are deported every year are illegal immigrants who violate the terms of their visas in one way or the other, frequently by committing crimes. Isn't violating their visa a crime? According to the American Immigration Council, about 10% of people deported annually are lawful permanent residents or green card holders. And that doesn't include the non-immigrants on other visas who are lawfully present in the U.S. and then deported. I will write more about this below. Okay, so everybody that's a lawful permanent resident is a green card holder, according to this. But there's also other people here on visas, so like H-1B, essentially the software development visa. Lott mistakenly chose a variable that combines an unknown number of legal immigrants with an unknown number of illegal immigrants. Lott correctly observed that lumping together documented and undocumented immigrants and often naturalized citizens may mean combining very different groups of people. Right, yeah, there's citizens that are immigrants too. Unfortunately, the variable he chose also lumped together legal immigrants and illegal immigrants. The criminologist who sent me the ADC data also sent... Okay, the ADC data. Arizona Department of Corrections, right? Arizona Department of Corrections, yes. Based on ADC data, Arizona Department of Corrections. A lot lumps together legal and illegal immigrants. Third category of 7 for citizen data. Okay, let's see. CATO received ADC data as well. The criminologist who sent me the ADC data also sent along a more detailed data set for the stock of prisoners in Arizona for June 2017. This newer data set's citizen variable is just as unusable as the same variable in the 1985 to 2017 data set, but it has an additional variable that allows us to somewhat better identify incarcerated illegal immigrants. Whether the prisoner has an immigration and customs enforcement detainer. Oh, okay, wait. The detainer is to keep them there after their sentence for a small amount of time so that ICE can come get them and then deport them. Oh, it explains that here. ICE sends detainers to correctional facilities to request that particular prisoners be released into ICE's custody for deportation at the end of their sentences. ICE detainers are based on the strong suspicion that the prisoner is an illegal immigrant or a legal immigrant who violates the terms of his visa and is deportable. ICE detainers are far from perfect, as ICE even occasionally deports American citizens. Wow. Although the ICE detainers in Arizona, prisons overstate the number of illegal immigrants by including some folks who are legal immigrants, right? Perhaps by quite a substantial amount. They are a somewhat narrower identifier than the variable that Lott used for the 1985 to 2017 ADC dataset. In June 2017, 1,823 prisoners had ICE detainers out of 49,848 total prisoners in Arizona adult correctional facilities. According to this measure, the maximum percentage of illegal immigrants in Arizona prisons is about 3.7% of all prisoners. Right, so this would be an upper bound. 3.7%. However, the ADC data is probably off. The public ADC website records only 42,200 prisoners, quite a bit fewer than the 49,848 in our data set. We hypothesize that some prisoners were admitted to prison but never deleted from the database when the ADC released them. So the website's showing 42,200. Their data set has 49,848. Okay, yeah, that's a problem. The ADC must have the correct data though if it's on their website, or maybe they haven't updated it for a while. Okay, ADC. Okay, this is June 2017 though. It's the last of their data. This is from 2018. Data has 49,848. Prisoner. Information. Datum. Yeah, we'll just leave it like this, shorter. Why? I've got. Okay, so Cato got the same data that the CPRC did. The Crime Prevention Research Center. And Cato noticed a discrepancy between Arizona's prisoner data that they received from the Department of Corrections and the website of the Arizona Department of Corrections. We hypothesized that some prisoners were admitted to prison but never deleted from the database. Okay, so that mere fact can cause a lot of issues because they might have some issues where they're more or less likely to delete people that have been deported from the database, reported to ICE. So like people, or like people that deported, I didn't say reported, deported, so I said it right. The when there's data missing like that, it's just hard to use it because like the data that's missing might be like the data that they delete out, they might delete out for like reasons related to like the concept you're trying to study. Okay, for instance, Arizona records one prisoner who was born on January 29th, 1990. If not a typo, the oldest man in the world would be in the Arizona state prison system, but it's unlikely that his record was... But it is more likely that his record was never deleted after his release. Not good since... Okay, so yeah, how do I put this? Okay, so this discrepancy, not good, since factors we're trying to control for might be the underlying, or might affect miskept records. For example, perhaps people deported are not getting deleted properly. Even if we assume that 100% of prisoner overcount in the June 2017 ADC database were U.S. citizens, subtract them from the denominator, and leave the numerator that assumes that all prisoners with an ICE detainer were illegal immigrants, those illegal immigrants would still be a maximum of only 4.3% of all prisoners. So if you put 42,000 in the denominator. In 2014, the last year for which Pew published its estimates of the illegal immigrant population by state, there were about 325,000 illegal immigrants in Arizona who comprised 4.9% of the state's population. Since the population of illegal immigrants has held steady since then, the illegal immigrant incarceration rate was likely lower than their percent of the Arizona state population in 2017. Yeah, you see, and this is not even accounting for age. The various crime rates perpetrated by people in different age brackets. It is important to repeat that those with ICE detainers are not all illegal immigrants. So the percentages in Figure 1 are the maximum possible shares of illegal immigrants in Arizona prisons in 2017, depending on the two different estimates of the total size of the incarcerated population. Wait, then how did John Lott then reach his conclusion? This looks like a pretty basic formula that would give you your like maximum boundary, and it's lower. The crime rate of illegal immigrants is still lower than that of U.S. born. Illegal immigrant incarceration rate and their percent of the Arizona population. The equivalent of the non-U.S. citizens and deportable variable in the June 2017 ADC database is called criminal aliens. Another category that is not synonymous with illegal immigrants. In Arizona's ADC regulations, the government first determines whether a prisoner is a criminal alien and then investigates whether he or she is an illegal immigrant. Wait, so then they should have the data. In June 2017, only 38.3% of criminal aliens had ICE detainers on them and thus were more likely to be illegal immigrants. As a back-of-the-envelope estimation, I assume that 38.3% of non-U.S. citizens and deportable are actually illegal immigrants in the ADC's larger 1985 to 2017 data set. This back of the envelope calculation turns Lott's finding on its head, whereas he found that 11.1% of the admissions to Arizona prisons in 2014 were illegal immigrants. The real percentage is a maximum of 4.3%. I mean, that would be... Oh. Yeah, okay, that would be the maximum then. Below the 4.9% estimated illegal immigrant share of the state's population. Lott's controversial empirical findings regarding the high admission rate of illegal immigrants to Arizona prisons, a finding that contradicts virtually the entire body of research on the topic, stems from his simple misreading of the variable in the 1985 to 2017 ADC dataset. Lott thought that non-U.S. citizens and deportable describes only illegal immigrants, but it does not. There's no way to identify illegal immigrants with precision in the 1985 to 2017 BDC data set, and their population can only be estimated through the residual statistical methods that Lott derives as primitive. Wait, so Lott didn't even use... Okay, we're gonna look at this working paper because this is quite the accusation that Lott would mess up his interpretation of the data so bad. Using another variable in the June 2017 ADC data set that Lott did not analyze reveals that at worst, illegal immigrants in Arizona likely have an incarceration rate lower than their percentage of the state's population. Oh, note. Daralinda Vox commented that the number of ICE detainers is much more likely to be an undercount of the number of illegal immigrants in prison rather than an overcount, as I stated above. She is almost certainly correct on this point. My error requires that any consumption of my back of the envelope estimate should be accompanied by an even larger grain of salt than most such estimates usually demand. However, my error on that point does not affect the finding that Lott misinterpreted the most important variable in his study. Why would the number of ICE detainers be an undercount of the number of illegal immigrants in prison? There's no reliable... Okay, so point one, there is no reliable way to identify native-born Americans in the ADC data set. Okay, so it's just if you're a citizen or if you're... Or no, it's not even that. It's just if like you're gonna be deported afterwards or not, which you could be deported if you're here legally. And you could be non-deportable if you're not born in the U.S., but then you gain citizenship. And you could be not deportable if you are native-born American because of birthright citizenship. There were detainers on 17 U.S. citizens and 33 legal migrants who are non-deportable. Including them raises the number of prisoners with ICE detainers to 1,873, or 3.76% of all ADC prisoners in June 2017. Okay, so these are mistaken detainers. But doesn't the data say who has a detainer on them? So should these numbers be subtracted because they're not actually deportable? Darylyn DeVox. Actually, we'll look at this. Okay. Okay, the data only tell if someone is to be deported after sentencing. This can apply to legal immigrants. Green card, visa. This does not only apply to let's see. Lott considered Lott, let's see, assumes they're all unauthorized immigrants. The data is also imperfect as $50 non-deportable people had detainers, 17 U.S. citizens, and 33 non-deportable immigrants. Okay, so let's read the study. I'm assuming we don't actually have the ADC data, do we? Oh, is this the data? Damn, 30,000 marijuana incarcerations. Okay, so they do actually like break the data down in here. Okay, so where can we see if where he says how he estimates the population, estimates the number of unauthorized immigrants, demographic of those incarcerated by citizenship status. Okay. Okay, let's just do total. We're on the next slide. So here we have table. Okay, so the race and citizenship. We don't need to focus on race. We're just doing total. Line these up again. Oops. All right. It looks like we're cheating. We're misleading people here. Wait, not the actual graph. Let's just bump this down a little bit. Okay, well, let's group these together. Oh, why can't we? Why can't we group these? Moving forward. All right, well, let's leave it the same size. Okay, so the category names: U.S. citizens, undocumented is one category. Undocumented immigrants, which would be non-U.S. citizen, not legal permanent resident. That would be this percentage. Documented immigrants, non-U.S. citizen, legal permanent resident. Right. So yeah, like even this, even the way he's breaking it down doesn't categorize this correctly. Yeah, this adds to 100 here. Because this doesn't consider people that are on visas. So you could be a non-U.S. citizen, not a legal permanent resident, but you're here legally. You're a documented immigrant. Okay, one concern with the table is that there are U.S. born individuals who are listed as being U.S. citizens who are attempting to gain citizenship. Though this class group is extremely small. We asked Bill Montgomery, the county prosecutor. Whoa. Damn it. We asked Bill Montgomery, the county prosecutor for Maricopa County, and the Arizona Department of Corrections about these cases, and we were told that they involve people renouncing their U.S. citizenship and then returning to the U.S. or whose U.S. citizenship was never claimed. Given a small number of people who have renounced their citizenship, this assumption seems questionable. Okay, so they're using DHS estimates. Okay, a Pew Research Center analysis of Census Bureau data estimated a population share of 4.8% in 2014, and that's a 25-year average of 5.25%. Okay, yeah, so they're using Pew's estimates. Okay, let's make another slide. Uses or let's see, the CATO push back. Uses Pew's unauthorized immigrant population. Okay, so these are Arizona's estimates, or estimates for the population in Arizona, Department of Homeland Security, and Pew. Which are very close together. To check if this is right, we'd have to look at the data, but let's see where he let's see if he talks about the category number. He's saying Totals are for those who can be classified as U.S. citizen, undocumented immigrants, or documented immigrants. 0.29% of the sample for the 1985 to 2017 period cannot be classified in one of these three categories. Okay, so there's maybe people with visas. Okay. Length of prison stay. He's saying is higher. Does he ever say how he gets his number? These are just the conclusions. Introduction. Oh, he's accounting for people that have been in prison for a while, and so they committed the crime a long time ago. There's different percentages of unauthorized immigrants in the population at the time. Let's see here. Wait, so then who does he think the documented immigrants are? Oh, it's just the immigrants that are not going to get deported? Okay, interesting. Okay, here he's talking about um different convictions versus perpetration act rates. So like not every crime that's committed gets a conviction. Less than 1 in 7 robberies result in conviction. That's just generally. Yet there are two reasons even these numbers likely underestimate the amount of crime committed by undocumented immigrants. The most likely victims of undocumented immigrants are other undocumented immigrants, and there is a common presumption frequently reported in the press that undocumented immigrants are particularly reticent to report crimes to the police. 18. New Jersey Spotlight News. Recent roundups and immigration police activity have locals afraid to leave their houses to shop, work, or take kids to school. Despite New Jersey's standing as a state sympathetic to undocumented immigrants, many locals are now living in desperate fear of deportation. ICE insists these raids are focused on suspected criminals. Everybody is afraid of immigration, of ICE. We are afraid to even go walking. This is just talking about let's see, this is 2016 June. Oh, this would be under Obama. Crackdown on migration. The genesis of the ICE enforcement actions is the President Barack Obama's 2014 executive action regarding immigration. The action called for expanded border security and enforcement, as well as a number of programs that granted deferred action to undocumented immigrants with a history in the United States. This meant that these immigrants would be temporarily exempted from deportation, and it granted them the legal right to work after they submitted to background checks. But all did not go as Obama planned. Texas and a group of other Republican-led states filed suit against the reformist parts of Obama's program, and those elements are now on hold waiting a decision by the U.S. Supreme Court, which is currently deadlocked on controversial matters due to the vacancy of the court. Meanwhile, the enforcement elements of the plan were left standing. Okay, so yeah, that's something that's difficult to account for, is like unauthorized immigrant communities, because I knew that they do tend to like live in areas together as a people. They are less likely to report crime. If undocumented immigrants are indeed less likely to report crimes committed against them, just using criminal convictions will provide an underestimate of the true crime rate by undocumented immigrants. Also, as we will see, undocumented immigrants tend to be more involved in gangs, and those crimes are traditionally harder to solve. However, there are also two possibilities that might work the other way. One is that undocumented immigrants may be relatively easy to catch, but that seems unlikely. If the undocumented immigrant community in an area was very small, so that their members stood out more readily, it would be easier to catch them. But Arizona has an unusually high rate of undocumented immigrants, with the vast majority of them from the same country, Mexico. In addition, we will see, these incarcerations overwhelmingly involve young undocumented immigrants who presumably are better able to adapt to a new culture as they grow up in the area. A second consideration is that some local authorities spend disproportionate resources attempting to go after undocumented immigrants. The one clear example of that would be Sheriff Joe Arpaio, who was the sheriff of Maricopa County up until the end of 2016. Maricopa County is the largest county in the state and makes up about 61% of Arizona's total population. Arpaio was famous for his tough on illegal alien stand, but on January 1st, 2017, Democrat Paul Penzone replaced him. Yet, while we only have data on incarcerations for the first 6 months of 2017, the data do not suggest that this factor is important. Indeed, the share of new prisoners who are undocumented immigrants from Maricopa County increased from 2016 to 2017, rising from 13.26% to 14%. The level of undocumented immigrants going to prison from Maricopa County in 2017 was greater than all the years from 2010 to 2016 and was statistically significantly different from the average for all years at the 0% level for a two-tailed test, or for a two-tailed t-test. Alexa, turn the bedroom lights on. Okay, so it goes up almost. So the share of undocumented immigrants in Maricopa County increased from 2016 to 2017, rising almost a percentage point from 13.26% to 14%. So the average sentence, what did they say that was? $5.8 years. So it goes up 1 percentage point, and but the average sentence is, oh, that was for a specific crime. Never mind. These are some interesting points. So, undocumented immigrant communities might report crimes less, so you get less conviction rates for the actual crimes committed. But they don't seem to account for that in the study. It'd be hard to account for. So they're saying unauthorized immigrant crime rates are higher than US born, but they're even higher than that. They're saying they're giving a conservative estimate. Of course, we know, though, that they're not classifying legal immigrants properly. Okay, here it's trying to say, like, what's the rate of crime, like, per crime? So they're 167% more likely to steal an identity, 160% more likely to criminally impersonate. Okay, more information. But yeah, they're not going into their methodology, just giving the results. Recidivism. So you can see that, so they're, you can tell from this data too, it's over here. So they haven't compared it yet to the percentage of immigrants yet, but they're saying that documented immigrants have a super low crime rate, but they're just not. That shows up because they're counting a lot of legal immigrants as illegal immigrants. So their actual number of legal immigrants is way smaller than it's supposed to be, because they're saying there's unauthorized immigrants, and then there's legal immigrants that they're grouping together, part of the legal immigrants. So grouping all those together, and so that leaves you with a smaller slice of the legal immigrants as a population of the prison. So they're doing that mistakenly, and that's why in their data it shows up that legal immigrants have this incredibly low rate of crime. But really, from like other studies we've shown, legal immigrants have a low crime rate. It's about 80% of. Well, depending on the study you look at, it's like 40 to 80% of the U.S. born population. But what the other studies find is that unauthorized immigrants have even lower crime rates than that. Okay, so let's see, where's their data on this? They should have a graph showing. Oh, they don't. Like likelihood of crime based on immigration status. They don't even just have like a bar graph. Rates of crime for U.S. born citizens, unauthorized, and legal immigrants. Kind of weird. Do they have like a... Here we go. Okay. Accounting for other factors when looking at differences by race and citizenship, using the Arizona Department of Corrections data. Okay, that's not interesting. That's not what we're looking for. Saying here, immigrants are 1,526% more likely to commit smuggling. So this is their big data drop. Do they just have crimes in general? Okay, can we get this? Data set. Arizona Department of Correction. Wait, and then how do they... Does the Arizona Department of Corrections handle... Let me make a slide for questions here. Oops. Okay, we're gonna look at... We have a slide highlighted. Roll copy paste here. Question. For instance, does Arizona Department of Corrections include data from federal prison? Let's see. Okay, so they got 13 prisons. There's 48 state prisons. Oh. No. Okay, so this does not include a federal prison. Okay. Okay, prisoners are also shipped. Okay, we'll just call this notes. Are shipped from Vermont, California, Idaho, and Hawaii. Okay, and then also, because there's 48 prisons in Arizona, but the ADC is only responsible for 13. Thirteen 48 state Arizona. Prisoners are exported from AZ to Oklahoma and Indiana. Okay, so this research done by the CPRC under John Lott, they totally fucked up their study. So to summarize, we looked at the study by the the Crime Prevention and Research Center, and they looked at the prisoner population in Arizona, and then they wanted to know like what percent were undocumented immigrants, and then what percent of the state was undocumented immigrants, and then they'll compare the proportions. They're finding that like illegal immigrants were more likely to commit crime, but they were mistaken. This was pointed out by the CATO Institute. We can't see their data; it's like private data, but CATO and the CPRC can see the data, but they incorrectly assumed who were the unauthorized immigrants and who weren't. So that's why it shows here that such a low amount of crime was committed by documented immigrants, like a very, very low amount for the population of percentage of population of Arizona that is a legal immigrant. They just looked at who was getting deported afterwards, and assumed they were all unauthorized immigrants, although that's not true because there are legal immigrants that can get deported, so whether they have a visa or a green card. In the U.S., we tend to have immigrants serve their sentence in the U.S. We don't deport them to serve their sentence in other countries. So they're showing like an incredibly small amount of crime from the actual legal immigrants, a high rate of crime from illegal immigrants, but actually the distribution is wrong there. Okay, so Kate, this is the only study that's found that unauthorized immigrants have a higher crime rate, and there's like 5 other like wide-scale studies. And then all of these studies, they use Pew's data on the estimation of like the number of unauthorized immigrants. Yale pushes back. They think there's twice the number of unauthorized immigrants in the country as Pew does, which would have the rate of crime. But regardless, it shows, it seems like, so the study with the best data we have is out of Texas, because Texas cooperates with the FBI in deportations, and so they track that data of the migration status and whether they're unauthorized or in the system or not. And in Texas, you have immigrants committing drug crime, traffic crime, violent crime. You have undocumented immigrants committing violent crime at like half the rate of U.S. citizens. And then legal immigrants at actually almost the same rate. It's like 80%, the same rate. Low for property crime. Yeah, so here's total crime rate. It's like 40%. So this CATO study is just performed by like this PhD economist from that graduated from UCLA. She doesn't know a lot about how to determine citizenship or not. Okay, here's pushback from CIS. Okay, now what's CIS's pushback? And in October 2022, the center used data from the Department of Public Safety to show that illegal immigrants in the state are convicted of crimes at higher rates than previously estimated by other researchers. What center? CATO. Okay, so the CATO, what's the institute though? It's a CATO Institute. So who are they talking about here? Back in October 2022, the center used data from the Texas Department of Public Safety to show that illegal immigrants in the state are convicted of crimes at higher rates than previously estimated by other researchers, including Alex Narasta at the CATO Institute. The older studies, he's talking about the center, he's probably talking about the Crime Policy Research Center. Why are they saying CATO's claims are brazenly false? The older studies understated illegal immigrant crime because they failed to appreciate the time it takes to identify illegals in custody. Some illegals are identified immediately upon arrest, others are identified later in prison, and still others may elude detection altogether if they are not in custody long enough. In Texas? Oh, they said the... Okay, maybe. In Texas, when anybody's arrested, they thumbprint them, send it to the FBI. The FBI sends it to ICE, I guess, but maybe some illegal immigrants haven't been thumbprinted ever. Just like some US citizens haven't. Once we added the illegals identified in prison to the illegals identified at arrest, their homicide and sexual assault conviction rates appear to be greater than the Texas average. With illegal immigrant crime returning to the national spotlight. Oh, it's because these people say... These people are opposed to immigration. Low immigration, pro-immigrant. Gotcha. With illegal crime returning to the national spotlight, Noreste now admits that his initial analysis was wrong because it missed some illegals identified in prison, but he couples his mea culpa with a new charge. The data that DPS gave CIS were organized into categories that double counted some individuals, leading to a higher number of illegal immigrant homicide convictions. That's false. There was no double counting in the data we received from DPS. DPS sent us an illegal column, which counts illegals identified at arrest, and a separate prison column, which counts illegals identified in prison. As Crystal Davila at DPS explained to us in an email on October 19, 2022, these columns do not overlap. Oh, okay. Leave aside all those abbreviations explained in our original report and focus on the emphasized text. I don't see any emphasis. Oh. The illegal and prison column will not count the same person twice. Leave aside all of those abbreviations explained in our original post and focus on the emphasized text, which unambiguously refutes Naresta. We do marvel at the bravenness of this claim, though. Surely he knew it could be tested by simply asking DPS, as we already did in the email quoted above. Sadly, the falsehood may have served its purpose. A discussion of the Texas data posted today, Washington Post fact checker Glenn Kessler prioritizes the CATO position and its double counting allegation. So what study is this reference to? So this would be a second study. Here's the link. Here's a post on X. CAS claims that their Texas crime data did not overcount illegal immigrant criminals, but they have no metadata. I have metadata with clearly defined variables. Here's a screenshot. They also ignore the other issue I raised in my response. Oh, so they just went back and forth on this. Please note, you mentioned the duplications, but as a reminder, any report broken down by year in offenses will have an individual counted more than once. For example, if an individual has 3 arrests in a given year for burglary, they'll be counted once, but if they had an offense for burglary and arson in a given year, that would be included in both categories for that year. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna get some food. I'll be back in a second. So, I'm gonna eat some food, and we saw in CATO at the end of their video, or at the end of their pushback on CATO, they gave a note saying Dara Linda Vox commented that the number of ICE detainers is much more likely to be an undercount, which would mean crime rates higher than the data suggests. So let's see what she says. Well, let's see if she's on YouTube at all. Okay, let's watch a video on MS-13. We haven't looked at
When
this
you
at all.
think of the street gang MS-13, what do you see? Maybe something like this. Or this. But what if I told you the typical MS-13 gang member in the US actually looks like one of these young men on Facebook? They're around 18 years old. They like selfies and memes about the Joker. And the young men in these photos have all been charged with or convicted of horrific crimes.
The MS-13.
Kidnapped, shot, and burned in his car by MS-13 gang members.
The gang has committed 27 murders.
Taking advantage of illegal immigrants.
Machetes?
That's their favorite weapon of choice.
MS-13 has become notorious for committing some brutal crimes. But that's not all we hear about them.
MS-13 takes advantage of glaring loopholes in our immigration laws. Pouring into the country.
Violated our borders.
Open borders. Let MS-13 all over our country.
Not with me. We're taking them out by...
Yeah, I really don't know anything about MS-13, so this should be, hopefully gives us important information to contextualize everything.
the thousands.
The Trump administration has made MS-13 the most visible symbol of why the U.S. needs tougher immigration policies, especially as a reason to point a finger at Central American immigrants. But here's the thing, MS-13 was born right here in the United States. In the 1980s, a US-backed war against the Salvadoran rebels raged in El Salvador. Nearly 1 million Salvadorans escaped the violence and fled to the US as undocumented immigrants.
There to protect themselves from American gang violence, young Salvadorans formed MS-13.
This is 100% an American-born gang.
It comes out of the Salvadoran immigrant community in Los Angeles.
You know, a group of teenagers hanging out, smoking pot, listening to rock music.
They called themselves the Stoners, later Mara Salvatrucha, and eventually MS-13. At the time, they were mostly juvenile delinquents involved in street crimes who were stuffed into American jails. Eventually, in the 90s and early 2000s, the U.S. sent large numbers of convicted immigrants back to El Salvador.
Today, 103 dangerous individuals are off the streets and will no longer be a threat to those communities or in the United States.
But the strategy of deporting the MS-13 problem didn't quite succeed.
To one of the most violent street gangs in the country, the gang is...
Okay. Deported them back to Venezuela. It's just pretty rare. They usually keep criminals, immigrants, whether they're legal or not. If they commit crimes in the U.S., they typically serve their sentences in the U.S. This has been the policy for a very long time.
is known as Mara Salvatrucha.
What the FBI is now calling the most dangerous gang in America.
Violent criminals who represent a more immediate threat to Americans here at home than terrorists.
MS-13 members eventually set up cliques on the east coast of the U.S., concentrated in the suburbs of Boston, D.C., and Long Island.
I've been reporting on Long Island for a year, and the MS-13 that I'm seeing on the ground there has almost nothing in common with the MS-13 as portrayed by the government.
For one, the Trump administration presents MS-13 as a drug cartel.
The drug smugglers and the vile criminal cartels like MS-13.
But that's not really the case.
MS-13 is not really involved with the international drug trade. The MS-13 members that I've been following are working after-school jobs. They're living with their parents. They get around Long Island on bicycles because they can't afford cars. It's not the kind of gang that you really get any money from.
MS-13 isn't a highly organized criminal group. It doesn't have a central leader or global ambitions. But it's been classified as a transnational criminal organization. The Obama-era Treasury Department put the group on a list of sanctioned organizations with groups like the Mexican Zetas and the Japanese Yakuza. But
the organization doesn't have that kind of sophistication to really play with the major players.
Yet MS-13 alarmism has persisted for decades.
MS-13 has the potential to be far more dangerous than gangs like the Bloods and Crips.
One of the fastest growing gangs in our nation.
It's a fact. MS-13 is the fastest growing gang in the United States.
Even though MS-13 has stuck around, it's not actually growing.
The estimates of MS-13's size in the U.S. have kind of ping-ponged between 5,000 and 10,000 for the last 10 to 15 years. There's no indication
That doesn't seem like very much.
That we're seeing a bigger surge of MS-13 than we'd seen in the past.
Even based on the government's rough estimates, MS-13 accounts for a tiny fraction of street gang members in the U.S., which are said to be around 1.4 million. Of that, the Crips, based primarily in Southern California, have an estimated 35,000 members. Lesser-known groups like Chicago's Gangster Disciples have about 50,000 members. But MS-13 is likely the gang we hear about the most. Now, with Central American immigrants seeking asylum at the U.S. border, the Trump administration has raised a new concern about MS-13 posing as fake families.
The kids are being used by pawns. Those are traffickers, those are smugglers, that is MS-13, those are criminals, those are abusers.
In reality, out of over 30,000 families apprehended at the border this fiscal year, only 200 were fake families. And there's no evidence to tie any of them to MS-13.
You said 30,000?
And there's no evidence to tie any of them to MS-13. The administration has said that it's carrying out aggressive immigration raids to pick up MS-13 members.
And we're sending MS-13 out by the thousands.
But they may actually be picking up the gang's victims.
The targets of MS-13's violence are the exact same Salvadoran American immigrants who are the targets of MS-13's recruitment.
It can be hard to tell who's really in the gang and who's just adopting gang style.
Kids in high school will wear Chicago Bulls t-shirts or will wear Nike Cortez sneakers. And that is a sign of the gang, but it's also just a sign of a high school kid trying to look tough. It's the same thing you saw in the 90s. You saw kids who would have like a blue bandana to try to act like Snoop Dogg, but that didn't mean that they were Crips.
If we're trying to send a message that we don't want MS-13 in the U.S., but that message comes at the cost of hurting the exact same people who MS-13 is victimizing. Is that really the right way to go forward?
For any policy to work, it's worth keeping the facts front and center. MS-13 is not invading the country. They're neither a new phenomenon nor growing in numbers. But they have committed acts of horrific violence, mostly against other immigrants in specific communities. And that is still an American problem.
Maryland and Hannah Dreyer. This is 2018. Hmm. What did this have to? Why did they mention the deportation of 103 El Salvadorians? Was it 103? Yeah. Look at the transcript for it. Okay, they're just saying they tried to deport it, but it didn't work. Okay, so is that 214? Oh yeah, 103. Hmm. Okay. Let's check more articles right here. Garland immigration article.
Dara Lind, welcome back to the Fireside Chat.
Thanks, it's good to be back.
Okay, so let's be clear about what this executive order actually does. If entries hypothetically were to never go above the 2,500 encounter cap and they were going to stay there below 2,500 encounters, would there be any rule changes then, or would the process stay exactly the same as it was before?
When it's not in a triggered state, then it's exactly the same as it was before this order went into effect. It's just that there have been so few times since, say, 2019 that you haven't had an average of 2,500 people crossing every day, that it's hard to predict that you would have a return to normalcy, if you will.
Okay, so let's say we hit the 2,500 encounter cap now, which we have, and the restrictions kick in. What exactly does that mean? Who is automatically rejected and who has the ability to still get through?
So no one is automatically rejected per se. People who enter the US between ports of entry, which is, your typical illegal crossing, present yourself to Border Patrol, are for the most part ineligible to receive asylum at the end of the process. They're still allowed to get lesser forms of other ways that the government can protect them instead of deporting them back to a place where they would be persecuted. There are also exemptions for, say, unaccompanied children are still eligible for full asylum. People who present themselves at ports of entry using the government's app for making asylum appointments are still eligible. And there are a few other exceptions built into that, but for the most part, there's this presumption of ineligibility for asylum seekers.
Now, there's a subtle change in the fine print here I want to ask you about. You used to get protected if you had a reasonable possibility of persecution. Now I believe you need to show, under the new system, that you have a reasonable probability of persecution. How much of a real-life difference does that single word change make?
That's a tremendously good question that we are still waiting to find out kind of how it plays out on the ground, because the government just invented this new screening standard. This is, to be clear, for being allowed to make a full claim for protection in the US. It's a screening interview and you either pass it or fail, and they've just raised the standard for passing. But they invented this entirely new reasonable probability standard and then just asserted straight up, oh, this is significantly higher than the standard was. You can't just say that. How that ends up working out is going to be determined by how the actual asylum officers interpret the rule, how the immigration judges interpret the rule. And so we're going to see over the coming months whether this results in meaningfully lower passage rates, which is really the only way to tell whether it's meaningfully different.
And I know the administration says that
When Americans turned on their TVs in the early 1990s, one contentious issue was hard to miss: immigration.
Is immigration good for America?
The federal government won't stop them at the border.
You spend $5.5 billion a year to support them.
There's a right way and there's a wrong way.
At the time, there were around 5 million undocumented immigrants in the U.S. And most Americans saw immigrants as a burden on the country, taking jobs, housing, and healthcare, and thought immigration as a whole should be decreased.
Our country is invaded by immigrants who are like cancer cells.
That same year, Republicans ran on a tough on immigration platform and took control of Congress. Democrats were pushed to adopt tough positions on immigration, too.
We are a nation of immigrants, but we are also a nation of laws.
In 1996, President Bill Clinton signed a major piece of legislation, the Illegal Immigration Reform and Immigrant Responsibility Act, or IRA-IRA. Its goal was to decrease the number of undocumented immigrants. It did the opposite. Before the 1990s, undocumented immigration into the U.S. looked very different. For one, it was usually temporary.
People used to go back and forth across the border. They would go north and, for the harvest, and they would earn some money and they would go back to Mexico.
And if they wanted to come live permanently in the U.S., there were a few legal channels, but not many. If they married an American citizen, they could get lawful status. Or if maybe their brother was a citizen already, he could sponsor them. Or an employer could. And these could be done after they were already living in the U.S. undocumented. Before 1996, the threat of deportation was relatively low. People were commonly deported for committing a crime, and it was mostly limited to major crimes like murder or trafficking. But IRA-IRA, together with other 1996 laws, drastically expanded deportable crimes to even minor infractions like shoplifting. It was also retroactive. So say it's 1976 and someone is caught stealing some albums from the mall. They wouldn't be deported. Over the next 20 years, they never commit another crime. But after 1996, they could be deported because of that old misdemeanor. And not just if they were currently undocumented. This applied to immigrants with lawful status too. And previously, an immigration judge could decide if the deportation should even take place. Now things were a little more automatic.
Ignoring the fact that those deportations would be extremely harmful to U.S. citizen children or to spouses.
Deportations skyrocketed, and IRA-IRA created the framework for future laws that further expanded reasons people could be deported, especially after 9/11. But IRA-IRA also made another huge fundamental change in the U.S. immigration system.
One of the aspects of the 1996 law that is particularly strict and I think in many respects inhumane is the so-called 3 and 10-year bars.
Those 3 and 10-year bars made these legal pathways nearly impossible to obtain. They work like this. Anyone who's been undocumented in the U.S. for 6 months and wants to gain legal status first has to leave the country and be barred from returning for 3 years. If they've been undocumented for more than a year, they're barred for 10 years. So if they want to get lawful status through a job, they first have to leave the U.S. for 10 years. Or through their brother, leave for 10 years. Or through their spouse, leave for 10 years.
It's family separation by another name. The bars were intended to try to essentially create punishments that were so severe to deter people essentially from coming here. But as we've seen with many other deterrence-based policies, the practical effect is very different.
Instead, it incentivized people to stay in the U.S. undocumented. Before IRA-IRA, Mexican immigrants who came to the U.S. unlawfully were about 50% likely to return to Mexico within a year. But after 1996, more people started staying in the U.S. There were around 5 million undocumented immigrants living at the U.S. before IRA-IRA. Today, it's at least double that.
And we are somehow surprised by this outcome. This is of our own doing.
Laws like IRA-IRA shaped the way the U.S. focuses on immigration enforcement as a deterrent. But really, it proved that stronger enforcement doesn't actually stop undocumented immigration.
These laws or the politics of the 90s didn't really change the reasons why people come to the United States.
Today, views on immigrants are very different than they were in the 1990s. Most Americans now see them as a strength, not a burden. But the laws created here haven't changed.
Requirements and standards that were created decades ago that aren't responsive to our needs as a nation, they certainly aren't responsive to the needs of immigrant populations.
The idea that if we only had more guns, if we only built a higher wall, that we'd solve all the problems, I think we learned from 96 that's not the way it works. It's not that simple.
This video raises an interesting question. Like, what are American views on illegal immigration right now? I feel like there's a problem because a lot of people are influenced by Trump and what he says. But like Trump said, like the Republicans wouldn't have even been talking about illegal immigration in 2016.
$315 billion. That's one staggering cost estimate for Donald Trump's signature campaign promise.
The largest domestic deportation operation in American history.
More conservative estimates are still enormous. One group puts it at $162 billion. That's more than the government spent on most federal agencies in fiscal year 2024. We'll explain why an operation of this scale could require hundreds of billions of dollars over the course of a decade.
Is it your plan to deport everyone who is here illegally over the next 4 years?
Well, I think you have to do it, and it's a very tough thing to do.
That means roughly 13 million immigrants who entered the country illegally are at risk of deportation, about 4% of the U.S. population. To put that into perspective, the entire U.S. prison and jail population in 2022 was around 1.9 million people.
Scale is difficult for the government to carry out.
Aaron Reichlin-Melnick is a senior fellow at the American Immigration Council, a liberal immigration group.
Trump would have to do more than quadruple current ICE removals of people arrested in the interior just to hit the levels that we've seen previously under Obama.
I think that you take a sequential approach to it. You start with...
What data is this? ICE interior removals. Interesting. Okay. Here's where we start our population estimations. So here we'll put it here. The ICE interior removals. Oops.
Previously,
ICE interior. I just want to see deportations. So we know we got the ice structure. Because there are... There's 5 divisions of ICE. There's Homeland Security Investigation. So this is transnational crime. Enforcement and removal operations. Focus on criminals. So what part focuses on just deporting non-criminals? Or are these all criminals? Okay, because this goes to 2023. Oh yeah, this looks like it. Where's our long-term data? We just get back to 2021. How about Satisse? That's gonna be better. This is probably from ICE, right? Show source. Ooh. Let's see, what's this? Removals or returns. So here, removals 108,000 for 2022, 25. Wait. Removals 108,000, 2022. That'd be less than 108. So where are they getting their data? I'll do this later. Removals are returned from the United States. So I guess return would be like a self-deportation. This must be Pew. Yeah, this is Pew numbers. I just can't use this data if we don't even have a source for it. And it wasn't matching ICE for 2022. Okay, let's go back here. Trump's second term of mass deportations begins. Okay, here's Statista. Well.
Under Obama.
I think that you take a sequential approach to it. You start with what's achievable. Let's start with 1 million.
The details of the plan are still being worked out, but let's say Trump does decide to deport 1 million people a year. That could still cost about $88 billion annually and take 11 years, according to one estimate. And that's assuming 20% of people would leave on their own.
Yes, it's expensive, but the trade-offs, I think, are well worth it.
Ron Vitello led the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency known as ICE for a year in Trump's first term.
Right now, the government is underfunded for its ability to detain people. To be able to accomplish this and the border mission simultaneously will require a reallocation, if not an infusion for resources.
Other immigration experts say the actual cost of Trump's mass deportation plan will be much lower than the American Immigration Council's estimate of $315 billion.
A more robust enforcement like the administration is contemplating may create significant economies of scale.
Stephen Camarata is the director of research at the Center for Immigration Studies, a group favoring immigration restrictions that helped staff Trump's first term.
Oh, I didn't know. Wait, Center? Oh, CIS. Yeah, they're the ones saying that immigrant crime is higher than U.S. foreign.
Immigration Studies, a group favoring immigration restrictions that helped staff Trump's first term.
Once you start doing it and you get an infrastructure in place, then it might be a lot cheaper.
Deportation starts with arrest.
There'll be targeted arrest. We'll know who we're going to arrest, where we're most likely to find them based on numerous investigative processes.
We're starting with the criminals, and we got to do it. And then we're starting with others.
Trump says dreamers, or people who entered the U.S. illegally as children, might be an exception. To make arrests, ICE officers would either identify someone who's already in a jail or prison, or go to a person's home.
Police, come to the door.
The majority of undocumented immigrants are not in law enforcement custody. Most of them have never committed any offenses.
Arresting people out in the community, known as at-large arrests, isn't a common tactic for ICE. Vitello says it's more logistically complicated. It isn't a common tactic for ICE.
Okay, this is probably from ICE too.
Vitello says it's more logistically complicated and more expensive, but it's at the center of the Trump administration's plan.
I'm not concerned that they won't be able to find them. It's just a matter of time, given the circumstances, given the availability of information, and given the resources in play.
At-large arrests often require multiple federal agents and take several days because ICE officers don't generally have warrants.
Immigration violations are not criminal, which means that a judicial warrant to arrest them would not have probable cause. They might have to wait hours for the person to leave their house. They might have to stake out a work site.
To carry out arrests at this scale, the American Immigration Council estimates ICE would need to hire over 30,000 new law enforcement agents and staff.
What's our unemployment rate? That's a lot of people to hire. Okay, let's see. It's been ticking up. Still, so economists say generally the consensus is you want about a 5% unemployment. It's hard to hire people though when it's a 4% unemployment rate.
Making it the largest law enforcement agency in the federal government. Vitello says this number is overstated, and that state and local law enforcement could be directed via task forces to help with at-large arrests, something they already do.
Having that referral system, having state and locals help ICE officers do their job. Better to have it than not, but not definitive in whether they do the work or not.
Then there's detention, the most expensive part of the whole process. It costs around $200 a day to hold someone in ICE custody. Congress has provided enough funding for at least 41,500 detention beds in fiscal year 2025.
It's not going to be nearly enough.
But
Pew, with its conservative estimates,
that's not nearly enough to
11
detain
million.
1 million people a year. According to the American Immigration Council, ICE would need to construct 216 soft-sided facilities every year for 11 years. Soft-sided facilities are temporary tent-like structures that have typically been used near the border. Anyone not physically detained would be placed on electronic surveillance, which costs approximately $4 per person per day. Private contractors involved in every stage of the detention process could drive up prices even more.
Contractors drive people in between ICE detention centers or drive the vans after somebody's arrested.
Detaining children would also make this process more expensive.
I don't want to.
Yeah, they just get like that. Can't they just hire people into ICE to do
Be
that?
breaking up families. So the only way you don't break up the family is you keep them together and you have to send them all back.
So you gotta deport U.S. citizen children with their parents to a country that the kids don't have a citizenship of?
Family detention is the most expensive kind of detention because the US government is required to give people minimum standards, and those children need to have child welfare professionals on site. They need to have pediatricians on site. There needs to be a provision for them to get schooling if they are going to be held for months or potentially years at a time.
Vitello says one way the government could reduce costs is by repurposing existing detention centers like Guantanamo Bay.
A third country like a Panama, potentially Mexico, could agree to hold third country nationals so that their due process could be adjudicated, thereby lowering the costs and kind of sending a message down the pipeline that people are not going to be released into the United States.
Adjudicated. Make a formal judgment or decision about a problem or disputed matter. He was adjudicated bankrupt. We'll put that in our words of the day.
States to await those adjudications. That alone will reduce the number of individuals trying to cross the border illegally.
Camerata says there are over 1 million immigrants who could be detained at a much lower cost.
There are people with a final order of removal that we just never made leave. Those individuals shouldn't have to be held long. We can get them out very quickly.
After detention comes legal processing, which immigration law experts say is the biggest bottleneck in the mass deportation process. An additional 10.6 million cases would require nearly 2,000 more immigration judges and over 1,100 more courtrooms.
There is not only a cost in the immigration court side, but there's also a cost in the ICE side in getting these new prosecutors online. You need support staff for the judges, judicial law clerks, secretaries.
Staffing on both sides leads each case to cost over $2,500. To set up new courtrooms quickly, the government would likely construct tent courts, like those built in 2019 to implement the migrant protection protocols. This was when immigrants living in the U.S. illegally were returned to Mexico.
Imagine these tents are hella expensive to climate control.
They went to tent courts near the border to virtually appear in front of judges.
You could do those hearings much faster, logistically get more judges and more hearings heard in a day.
As with finding new efficiencies in the detention space, that is another thing that has its limits.
Tent-style courtrooms in Laredo, Texas, cost about $16 million to build and $143 million annually to operate.
Damn.
Once a person receives a final removal order, they have to
electricity.
either report for deportation at a later date or wait in detention until then.
At that point, the U.S. government has to actually arrange the removal. That would involve putting them on a bus and sending them to Mexico, but if they're from any other country other than Canada, that means putting them on a plane and flying them to their ultimate destination.
An operation of this scale could require over 6,000 removal flights per year. For comparison, ICE had around 1,200 removal flights in fiscal year 2023. The average ICE removal flight costs about $17,000 per hour. This number could go up if private contractors who provide...
I wonder how many immigrants though each plane holds.
ICE with planes and pilots raise their prices.
Here I'm just talking about the cold calculus.
But there are other assets, right? ICE has a number of its own aircraft that are already in service today. The Justice Department, the Marshal Service, has their own transportation aircraft. The scale-up need could come from the military.
Trump told NBC News in November that there is no price tag for his plan. Camerata says the cost will likely be spread out over several years because it would be impractical to deport even 1 million people a year, let alone all 13 million in a single one-time operation.
In this case, it's probably hyperbole. What I think he's trying to do is tell everyone, when I take over, the immigration law is going to be back in business. And I think it's going to have a big effect, and then it's going to be up to the public to judge whether he...
Okay, this is from 3 months ago before he took office.
But getting enough funding from Congress will be
Everyone thought the tariffs were hyperbole.
Crucial for an operation of this magnitude. Senate Republicans have said that passing a border funding bill will be the top priority next year.
Border security, more bed spaces so you don't have to release people that shouldn't be released, and more ICE agents to deport people who represent a threat to our country and shouldn't be here to begin with.
Republicans control both chambers of Congress next term, but it's a narrow majority, making spending on this scale no guarantee.
To my Democratic
Yeah.
friends,
I doubt Rand Paul's going to vote for this.
I think if you resist rational deportation policy, you do so at your own peril.
God, this would cause so much chaos and suffering. Ronald Reagan gave amnesty. Okay, let's see what happened here.
I came to the United States in 1979. We came to Texas and then we moved to Virginia, which we spent most of our life till now. So far, it's been good.
I believe in the idea of amnesty for those who have put down roots and who have lived here, even though some time back they may have entered illegally.
He truly does get the credit for citing that legislation.
Okay, Civil War broke out in 79 in El Salvador.
As a young man, I had to be hiding so I don't be recruited either from the military or from the guerrillas. Yeah, there was no future for a young person like myself out there, so I made the decision to leave the country.
I have to go on the mountain and the desert, no drink water for one day, but it's better to get better life.
I got a nice house. Okay, 1986. Immigration Reform and Control Act. Gave amnesty to undocumented immigrants. Amnesty to unauthorized immigrants here prior to 1982. I wonder how they prove when they got here. It's not as easy as Google Photos database. In 82.
I started following politics actually with Ronald Reagan, but the campaign of Ronald Reagan. He had a good ideas, I think. The fact that he had the guts of amnesty, or some people called back in '86, is something that a lot of politics are kind of afraid now. I kind of like that.
I think that Reagan would have a very hard time today, just as Jeb Bush does. Jeb Bush is trying to sound reasonable on immigration, just as Ronald Reagan was in the 80s. And he's having a hard time.
I always hope to achieve something in life and live the American dream, and so far, so good, you know. We are not rich, but we are somewhere out there. We're not poor either.
Okay. Let's look at this. How did people prove they were in the U.S. before 1982 for the... Or maybe they were just pretty lax on it. It's like, yeah, you were probably here before 82. Okay, potentially interviews. Oh, okay, so they were not lax on this. Required to provide extensive documentation to support their claims of continuous residence. Some had to give interviews. Okay, so expanding your tax base. Okay. Demonstrate some knowledge of the English language. IRCA English test. Oh, no, not the International Register of Certificated Auditors? Certified? Certificated. Okay, so Immigration Reform and Control Act. One of my good friend's parents became both of them became citizens through this amnesty program. So my friend's father was, he might still be, it might be retired now, but he was an underwater welder. So he'd weld, a lot of his work was done on boats. They did well for themselves. They're really good with money too. Like a lot of immigrants. Relationship between English language proficiency and naturalization rates for United States immigrant populations. With higher English proficiency rates found among immigrants who apply for citizenship and successfully naturalize. Okay, this is saying more people that learn English naturalize than those that don't. Not surprising. I wonder if like those language learning apps actually work better than like the methods beforehand. Do language apps work? The answer is yes, but they're not magic. So I mean, you'd consider two things, like how fast you learn the language, and then also to like what percentage of people stick to the program over time. Because I know they gamify it, which would, I imagine, lead to, yeah, gamification and engagement, which lead to higher completion rates. Traditional method, language classes, immersion, practice and repetition. They're much more effective as supplements rather than a sole method for learning. Languages with Laura. See what Joe Biden says.
Go.
And
Ms. Baird, I have a number of questions relating to the actual functioning of the office, from law enforcement to the anti-crime agenda to the drug strategy to healthcare fraud, cooperation with the intelligence community, and others, all of which I will get to. But as you know from our first meeting, I have a fairly, well, I won't say fairly, I have a very strong view relating to the matter to which you spoke last, and that is the hiring of undocumented workers by you and your husband. When we first met on January the 5th, following your being named by President-elect Clinton to be Attorney General, you volunteered this fact to me. You volunteered the circumstances under which this hiring took place, and you volunteered that what did take place was a violation of the United States immigration law. I've spoken to you at length about this matter, and you've been interviewed by the FBI and by the committee investigative staff under oath. And this matter is, as you know, a serious one in my view. The committee and the public, as we've discussed, has to be assured that you are, without exception, going to be willing to enforce the law. And the immigration law falls under your responsibility. It happens on your watch as Attorney General. And I believe it's important you have an opportunity to explain in even greater detail than you have in your opening statement the various circumstances surrounding this hiring. Now, let me begin my questioning, if I may, on this matter, and then when my second round is up, we'll get back to those matters that have not been touched upon, and I expect everything will have been related to the substantive operation of the department. When did you first hire the unauthorized workers?
Okay, here we go. President Reagan remarked at ceremony for the IRCA, Immigration Reform and Control Act, November 6, 1986.
Well, I guess a month ago now, but he's enjoying his new life. He says it's much quieter than when he was doing it.
Wait a minute.
I'm very pleased that you could all be here today. I know how busy you've been with events leading up to Tuesday's election, and I want to congratulate all of you in the House of Representatives who've just been reelected. This bill, the Immigration Reform and Control Act of 1986, that I'll sign in a few minutes, is the most comprehensive reform of our immigration laws since 1952. It's the product of one of the longest and most difficult legislative undertakings in the last three Congresses. Further, it's an excellent example of a truly successful bipartisan effort. The administration and the allies of immigration reform on both sides of the Capitol and both sides of the aisle worked together to accomplish these critically important reforms to control illegal immigration. In 1981, this administration asked the Congress to pass a comprehensive legislative package, including employer sanctions, other measures to increase enforcement of the immigration laws, and legalization. The Act provides these three essential components.
I can't hear that. I don't want to just turn it up on my audio and then nobody will be able to hear this. Okay, and don't worry, he hasn't said much yet. Turn it on, I think.
Distance has not discouraged illegal immigration to the United States from all around the globe. The problem of illegal immigration should not, therefore, be seen as a problem between the United States and its neighbors. Our objective is only to establish a reasonable, fair, orderly, and secure system of immigration into this country, and not to discriminate in any way against particular nations or people. I would like to recognize a few of the public servants whose unflagging efforts have made this.
Okay, we have to reload the tab.
All of you in the House of
Okay,
Representatives
this
have
doesn't.
just been reelected. This bill, the Immigration Reform and Control Act of 1986, that I'll sign in a few minutes,
Oh,
is the
just
most
because it's a-
comprehensive
we just
reform of
installed
our
it.
immigration laws since 1952. It's the product of one of the longest and most difficult legislative undertakings in the last 3 Congresses. Further, it's an excellent example of a truly successful bipartisan effort. The administration and the allies of immigration reform on both sides of the Capitol and both sides of the aisle worked together to accomplish these critically important reforms to control illegal immigration. In 1981, this administration asked the Congress to pass a comprehensive legislative package, including employer sanctions, other measures to increase enforcement of the immigration laws, and legalization. The Act provides these 3 essential components. Distance is not a comprehensive legislative package, including employer sanctions, other measures to increase enforcement of the immigration laws, and legalization. The Act provides these 3 essential components.
Okay, 3 components. Employer enforcement. Border security, amnesty.
Distance has not discouraged illegal immigration to the United States from all around the globe. The problem of illegal immigration should not, therefore, be seen as a problem between the United States and its neighbors. Our objective is only to establish a reasonable, fair, orderly, and secure system of immigration into this country, and not to discriminate in any way against particular nations or people. I would like to recognize a few of the public servants whose unflagging efforts have made this legislation a reality. Senator Alan Simpson, Congressman Dan Lundgren, Chairman Peter Rodino, Congressman Ron Mazzoli have long pursued and now have attained this landmark legislation. Important roles were played by Senator Strom Thurmond, Senator Paul Simon, Congressman Ham Fish, Bill McCollum, Chuck Schumer, and many others in both houses of the Congress and in both parties. Additionally, I would like to note the excellent efforts of members of my administration who have worked so hard over the last 6 years to make this bill signing possible today. The long list of those in the executive branch is headed by Attorneys General Edwin Meese and William French Smith, who, with Immigration Commissioner Alan C. Nelson, have contributed greatly to our efforts to pass meaningful immigration reform. Future generations of Americans will be thankful for our efforts to humanely regain control of our borders and thereby preserve the value of one of the most sacred possessions of our people, American citizenship. So now, I'll get on with the signing and make this into law.
Okay, let's see. View population information. Where's our Pew data? Here. Okay, this is all Pew data. And this is estimate. This is the workforce. This is total number 2022. The data is they came up with their estimate in 2024 based off of and they estimated the data for 2022. So our Pew summary. We'll put the data here too. Group. I don't like it. I'll make it not stretch. Yes. Here we go. Okay, Reagan amnesty. We want to find out the effects of this.
We're kind of obsessed with this graph. It shows the percentage of Americans who say immigrants strengthen the United States. We're all familiar with this end. Republicans and Democrats can't agree on anything. But what was happening down at this end? How did we start so close and get to, well...
Build that wall. Build that wall.
Well, that's what this video is about. The path to political polarization. This dramatic split has left the American immigration system in disarray, and understanding how we got into this mess might just help us find a way out. To start, let's go back to a moment that might seem totally unimaginable today.
These are good people, strong people.
It's 1980, and the two Republican frontrunners are having a debate.
Rather than talking about putting up a fence, why don't we work out some recognition of our mutual problems? We're creating a whole society of really honorable, decent, family-loving people.
Wait, what? Yeah, the top two Republicans are basically having an empathy competition. Empathy for immigrants, that is.
I think the time has come that the United States and our neighbors should have a better understanding and a better relationship than we've ever had.
And this was pretty normal at the time. Many Republicans welcomed immigration, especially the legal kind, and viewed immigrants as a source of cheap labor. And on the left,
illegal aliens don't have the right to be here. They broke the law to get here. They never intended to become a part of our social community, and they are not entitled to benefits.
Might be hard to believe, but that was a former Democratic congresswoman. Democrats often said things that might sound totally bizarre today.
They have no intention to integrate.
The jobs they hold might otherwise be held by citizens or legal immigrants. The public service they use impose burdens on our taxpayers.
We compete for housing. We compete for classroom space.
Sure, there were some sharp divisions within each party, but time and again, the winner was bipartisanship.
This bill says simply, those wishing to immigrate to America shall be admitted on the basis of their skills.
This bill is the most comprehensive.
It is the most comprehensive reform of our immigration laws in 66 years.
So for the last part of the 20th century, both parties and their voters were largely in lockstep. It helped that immigration wasn't such a big deal yet. But then, look what happened. So what caused this split? Yeah, 9/11 was a factor, but more important was the fast-changing nature of immigration itself.
The number of foreign-born people in America has quadrupled since the 1960s.
The immigrant population was booming, and it was looking less like this and more like this. But it wasn't just who was coming, it was where they went. For years, immigrants were concentrated in just a handful of states. But from the 1990s through the 2000s, immigration went from being a regional issue to a national issue. In these states, the immigrant population at least doubled. Americans were walking into their grocery stores and for the first time hearing Spanish, Hindi, Cantonese, Tagalog. Some felt under siege.
I'm tired of people coming across with impunity. We don't know who's here. We don't know what diseases they have.
There's 360 million Americans that need to start standing up for their country before we give it away.
Republican politicians increasingly played on those fears.
Some aggravated felons who have sexually abused a minor are eligible for amnesty under this bill.
And they were rewarded with a larger share of the white vote, propelling the party further away from the center. Voters found themselves at a fork in the road. For Republicans, immigration was increasingly a law enforcement and national security issue. And for Democrats, it became more of a humanitarian and human rights issue.
equal rights for everybody, an opportunity for them to be able to be here legally.
Immigration was becoming a hyper-polarizing issue.
We have a comprehensive strategy to reform our immigration system.
President George W. Bush spent years trying to forge bipartisan consensus.
And we've got to continue to work together to get that done, and I'm optimistic the Congress.
Wait, now we have all the data that they didn't have back then. It shows crimes low. I mean, unauthorized immigrants, they could put pressure on our housing crisis, but then again, like the way higher percentage of them could build homes. Do they push down low skill labor wages? I'd imagine yes, but there's probably other things we can do to improve that. Not sure. Perhaps we could have more trade programs. I mean, but we have our unemployment rate is so low. Like I just pulled this up, 4.1%. Last numbers out for February. I wish the data went back further. Look, the lowest we get, it's lower than the how low it got before the financial crisis. See, it's kind of ticking up, but we don't know what it'll do. And again, though, what's the unemployment rate for low skill labor? I wonder if the Fed just distinguishes that. Okay, 5.6% for low skill labor. Workers age 25 and over with less than a high school diploma had the lowest unemployment rate. Damn, the unemployment rate in Georgia is 3.3%. Unemployed people by industry and class. Bureau of Labor Statistics. Okay, here's a percentage, 2025. Okay, so it's ticked up for most things, not everything. So you're only unemployed if you're looking for work. So it's 4.4% that we saw. Oh, it's 4.1. What is this exactly? February 4.1 train. Well, what? People don't. Why is it 4.5 here and it's 4.1% here? Seasonally adjusted. So this is from the BLS. This is from this is also from the BLS. Manufacturing of durable goods, unemployment 3.1%. Manufacturing as a whole 2.9%. Non-durable goods unemployment 2.6%. Manufacturing, that is. Financial activities 2%. They have one here for engineering, maybe. Professional services 5.3. Oh, highest is agriculture and related private wage and salary workers. Professional services. Construction 7.2%. They could move to Phoenix, build the TSMC plants. Mining 3.9%. U.S. labor force. Okay, so our labor force participation rate is going down for a while. Went from 66 down to 62, so 4% of the population came out of it. Wonder if that has to do with aging population. Now it's been upticking back up slowly since the pandemic. Labor force participation rate 18 to 25. Well, a lot of these people are in college. Okay, 25 to 30. Here's the age bracket 25 to 54. Okay, so we see since the 50s, a huge increase in labor force participation rate. That's probably from women entering the workforce. Oh, we're near all-time highs for this age group. 83.5%.
Congress will rise to the occasion.
See what George W. Bush saying about it.
But he was stymied by members of his own party who opposed giving undocumented immigrants a path to legal status.
The motion is not agreed to.
American people understand the status quo is unacceptable when it comes to our immigration laws. A lot of us worked hard to see if we couldn't find common ground. It didn't work.
This was a big turning point for the immigration debate. The moderate middle was becoming a very lonely place. It's not that politicians didn't keep trying to meet in the center and fix things. This guy certainly did.
What I can guarantee is that we will have, in the first year, an immigration bill that I strongly.
But he failed too. And we're all familiar with what happened next.
They're bringing drugs. They're bringing crime. They're rapists. We have become a dumping ground for the entire world. When Mexico sends its people, they're not sending their best. Build that wall. Build that wall.
Trump inspired a wave of copycats.
It's time to militarize this border.
Once fringe ideas were now certifiably mainstream.
President Trump's wall, blow up the cartel's drug tunnels and surveillance drones, and deploy the Arizona National Guard to stop illegals from entering.
But guess what? It's not just conservatives. Democrats have aggressively moved away from the center, even more than Republicans.
Immigrants
conservatives. Democrats have aggressively moved away from the center, even more than Republicans.
Immigrants and refugees are an enormous blessing.
Talking about deporting 11 million people is so outrageous.
If you'd be so kind, raise your hand if you think it should be a civil offense rather than a crime to cross the border without documentation.
Top officials in the Biden administration have gone to absurd lengths to avoid calling a spade a spade.
Is there a crisis at our southern border?
Senator, there is a very significant...
That's a yes or no question. Is there a crisis?
There is a very significant challenge that we are facing.
Yes or no, is there a crisis?
I believe I've addressed that question.
So you're refusing to answer?
Not to give Ted Cruz too much credit here, but it's a fair question. The answer, of course, is yes, it's a crisis. Here's our opinion. Immigrants bring energy and new ideas. America faces a population slowdown, and immigration can help maintain a robust labor force.
We build your buildings, we do your roofing, we clean your ditches.
But we also need to strengthen the border, in part by overhauling an asylum system on the verge of collapse. The immigration system is broken, but we can fix it if there was only the political will.
Why don't we work out some recognition of our mutual...
There was only the...
See, I know immigrants are willing to do work at a low wage. I wonder if there were less of them, and the wages went up, then would U.S. born people be willing to do that? I'm not so sure about that.
Political will.
Why don't we work out some recognition of our mutual problems, make it possible for them to come here legally with a work permit?
And nearly all Americans have ancestors who braved the oceans, liberty-loving risk-takers in search of an ideal.
We love America, we love our people, and we love people coming here legally.
Most Americans support the key elements of sensible immigration reform, including a stronger border and providing undocumented immigrants with a path to citizenship. But as long as politics and emotion continue to eclipse reason, bipartisanship, sadly, will remain a thing of the past.
Okay, let's see. Increasingly partisan since the 60s. Okay, so what data, where did they get this data from?
11.
Trump inspired
Pew Research. Okay, here we go. This is 2019. Let's see, do we have... Oh, they went around the world. They don't have this for a new, more recent year. Let's see, how often are they asking it? Okay, it's been 5 years, so... When was it? Oh, this is January 2019. So it's been 6 years. They're asking every few years. Okay, so the younger people are, the more they favor immigration. Okay, so this is just the overall opinion towards immigration has shifted in favor. What percent of liberals vote? Okay, so if I put this in here. Okay, so for this data, this would start, so if they start pulling 2004, not everybody born would be 18 or older. I don't assume Q only pulls people 18 and older. So as this shifts, you're getting younger people into it, which might account for the shift. Well, but let's see, born 1980, so they'd have been 18 in 1998. Gen X starts here. Okay, so there's a shift within the people. Oh, silent boomer. They're bouncing back and forth. Going for number one hater. Silent. Silent made it. One hater. Okay, these people would have all been the same. So they're shifting more towards a positive view on immigration over time. Let's see. Oh, wait a second. Democrats identification as liberal now 54%, a new high. What else do they identify as? A conservative Democrat. Oh, it's 24%. Yeah, I mean, I just use liberal and Democrat interchangeably now. Moderate. Liberal. 54% of Democrats are liberals. So this isn't like, what kind of Democrat are you? This is just, how would you describe your political views? Conservative, moderate, liberal. Okay, liberal identification. 63% among whites, 39 among blacks, 41% among Hispanics, men, 52 women, 55. Oh, it's only 50 to 64. That's below 50, saying they're not liberal, but they're Democrats. Republican, percent conservative. What percent of Democrats vote? Most Americans are not consistent voters. (2020) only. Share of citizens 18 or older in 2018. He voted in all three. It's about 50, half of each party voted. 46% of Republicans didn't vote in any of the wait. 30. Oh, this doesn't make sense. Okay. Share of citizens 18 or older in 2018. 30% voted in none of the three elections. 37% voted in all three. Okay, how about presidential election? With the Electoral College votes now cast, here's a recap of how Americans voted in 2024. $538. Okay, percentage of Democrats that vote. How Democrats lost so many votes in the 2024 presidential race. This is November 7th. Plummeted for Democrats. This was Bannon's strategy. Steve Bannon said not to promote your candidate, but talk shit about the opposition. Okay, let's see. How many Democrats are in the U.S.? On December 17, 2020, Gallup polling found that 31% of Americans identified as Democrats, 25% as Republicans, and 41% as independent. U.S. party identification and leaning yearly averages. Okay, so it shifted. People shifted out of the Democratic Party. They shitted out of it too in 2021. Majority of Americans continue to say immigrant strength in the U.S. We've got that data. Republicans, which are only 25% of the country. I mean, they're almost at 50% on it too. Trump's being very extreme for his lukewarm support of his party for this issue. What
It's not just
interview was this
conservatives.
with Trump?
Democrats have aggressively moved away from the center, even more than Republicans.
Immigrants and refugees are an enormous blessing.
Talking about deporting 11 million people is so outrageous.
If you'd be so kind, raise your hand if you think it should be a civil offense rather than a crime.
Okay, let's see. Here's a whole debate. I wonder if they talked about immigration during this. Let's see. Let's get a summary of it. Actually, let me get the data percent of U.S. in party. They're just saying it was 2024. Okay, we're gonna keep that little bit of data there. The partisanship and ideology of American voters. Migration. CATO concludes by stressing the dangers of nuclear weapons, with a personal anecdote from his father about the importance of nuclear arms controls. It's all about the military. Military spending. Arms race. Nuclear proliferation. Okay, so nothing about immigration in their debate. If I could see Reagan's arguments, maybe I could more effectively reach to conservatives, because Reagan had a way with words, I think, at his heart he was a conservative. So, same psychological profile. Putin official trailer.
We could do so much more if Republicans in Congress would focus less on stacking the deck for those on the top and focus more on creating opportunity for everybody. And I want to work with them. I don't expect them to agree with me on everything, but at least agree with me on the things that you used to say you were for before I was formed. You used to be for building roads and infrastructure. Nothing's changed. Let's go ahead and do it. Ronald Reagan passed immigration reform, and you love Ronald Reagan. Let's go ahead and do it. I mean, what changed? I'm just saying.
Oh, yeah,
How come you went in?
Save it to watch later. Okay. Irish soldier. Old guy describes World War One. Okay. Fleeing. Can we please? Alright, y'all, we found out the CPRCs. They're full of shit. Didn't understand the data they were looking at. Conflated a lot of legal immigrants with illegal immigrants in U.S. prisons. And now we have to look at the data from the Center for Immigration Studies. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna make it. Okay, let me make a new slide. Crime rates. Like an overview. CATO. Low. MPI. Texas study. Low. Crime Prevention Research Center. Low. Oh no, they say there's high. Oh yeah. Ember. Low. CIS. High. Okay, National Bureau of Economic Review. Center for Policy Research. No. Center. Crime Policy Research Center. One study. Found faulty by CATO. Let's see if they have a response to this. Crime Prevention Research Center CATO rebuttal. If they didn't rebuttal, they're wrong. That was a pretty scathing critique. Here we go. Responding to CATO's and others' attacks on our research regarding crime by illegal immigrants. Let's... Let's go here. Where's this study at? CPRC. Here. And then here's the pushback. Pushback. Response to pushback. We have already responded to many comments on Twitter and updated the earlier copy of the research. The latest version can be downloaded here. Let's see if this matches what we have. February 18th. Frame rates. Where do we download our where do we download our CPRC study? I don't see it anywhere. Okay, well, let's get a title go, guys. Undocumented immigration crime rates. Undocumented this and that. Alright, well, let's download it. Okay, we'll get VS Code here. Clipboard. So this will be 2018, February 10th. Lott. Oh no, we do have this. CPRC. 1802. Yeah, here it is. Revised February 10th. Oh, this is another revision. Hell yeah. So he must have that. He looked through the whole study to see his methodology, or to see like how he's parsing the data, and we didn't see it. So maybe it says like in this new study where. Wait a second. Okay, this, yes. Wait. Oh, this wasn't revised the 18th. See it. Okay. We have already responded to many comments on Twitter and updated the earlier copy of the research. The latest version can be downloaded here. The CATO Institute and others have raised new attacks, which we respond to below. Among the comments already addressed in the updated version, a concern is that illegals will commit crime as they pass through Arizona on their way to other jurisdictions. But if the census estimates pick up those who are temporarily in Arizona, this effect shouldn't matter. Even though there may be different people in Arizona in June than in December, the total population is all that matters for the purposes of our calculations. However, it may be more difficult to count people who are only passing through Arizona. The census small confidence intervals reflect recognition of this. Intervals reflect recognition of this as a serious problem. Well, if you have a small confidence interval, does that mean you have higher confidence? If this theory is correct, the size of the effect should vary with the intensity of enforcement on the Arizona-Mexico border. A more porous border should cause undocumented immigrants to make up a higher share of newly incarcerated inmates. A section at the end of the paper tests this porous border hypothesis. Here we go. 2. There is some concern about the accuracy of the listed citizen statuses of criminals. In particular, some Hispanics are listed as being born in the U.S., but are not listed as citizens. That's not the criticism by CATO. There are some explanations for this result, but it's worth examining what happens to the crime rate when we simply remove these cases from the data set. An earlier version of the paper found that this makes only a small difference. We've since added a more detailed discussion, especially in Appendix 2. The question was raised of what would happen to the U.S. citizen crime rate if naturalized citizens were omitted. again, this has little effects on the result. Responses to the new comments and order of their comments. Okay, so here we go. The meat of the matter. Yesterday afternoon, the CATO Institute's Alex Norris that posted these comments on what he calls a fatal flaw in our research. He then provides his own estimates using ICE detainers that he claims show a low rate of crime by illegal aliens. CATO then blasted out an email to all congressmen and their staffs and to who knows how many other people across the country. For a month, Dr. John Lott asked Norsta if he had any comments. He had been given the do file so that he could check Lott's calculations as well as the code book. Norsta might have saved himself some embarrassment if he had conferred with Lott below. We'll also analyze some comments from others. Norsta uses detainers from ICE to estimate whether someone is likely to be an undocumented immigrant. And then he quotes the study. Only 38.3% of criminal aliens had ICE detainers on them and thus were more likely to be illegal immigrants. Okay. Criminal alien is somebody that's a criminal and they can be deported, I think. Refers to individuals who have been convicted of one or more crimes, whether in the United States or abroad, prior to interdiction by the U.S. Border Patrol. It does not include convictions for conduct that is not deemed criminal by the United States. What if they're on a green card? So if they're a criminal with a green card. U.S. What is an immigrant alien? In the context of U.S. immigration law, an immigrant alien refers to any person who is not a U.S. citizen or national, but who has been granted the right to live and work in the United States permanently. Well, wait, so all aliens are... Okay, well, this is an AI thing. Okay, so an alien can be anyone here temporarily too. It's not a citizen. Okay, so if they have a green card, they're an alien. For 38.3% of criminal aliens to be undocumented immigrants, documented immigrants would have to commit a crime at a rate about twice their share of the population. Let's see, Pew says 25% of immigrants are unauthorized immigrants. So what? So if it's 61.7% of criminal aliens are documented, this just isn't true. NORASTA doesn't seem to recognize this. NORASTA can't deny the high number of criminal aliens in the Arizona prison population. Reducing the number of incarcerated undocumented immigrants means that there would have to be more incarcerated documented immigrants. First, let us look at NORASTA's estimates for undocumented immigrants. It is important to note that not all illegal immigrants had detainers from ICE, and that political decisions are important in determining the number of detainers issued. It's not as though the 70% drop in detainers from 2011 to 2016 can be explained by a fall in crime by illegal aliens. Obama administration policies were still having an effect well into 2017. As a result, even if detainers were given out to all undocumented immigrants in 2011, it is clear that by 2017, detainers provide an underestimate of the number of criminal illegal aliens. No, because first of all, the population shrank a lot of undocumented immigrants from 2011 to 2016. Second of all, the I got a big bug in my room. Oh shit, I'm gonna kill it. Okay, second of all, like there's detainers given out to legal immigrants. That's the whole point of the arguments. Ugh. Shit, my desk is broke. Wait, can I even reach? So we've got a legal resident in this house. Okay, it's crawling over to where my desk is like broken, so I stand on it, it'll collapse. But I can stand on my bed. Oh, this is gross. Made a fork for protection. Alright, I'm gonna get it. Okay. Motherfucker crawled up out of the lines. Alexa, turn the bedroom lights to 100%. Got it. Okay, I'm gonna go over that and wash my hands. I ain't killing bugs. Okay, I'll be back. That roach is nasty. Southeast, the bugs are huge. Alexa, turn the bedroom lights to 20%. Okay, bug check. Oof. Okay, no bugs. Okay, what's Pew's estimate on the population? Here we go. Of illegal immigrants from 2011 to 2016. Kind of a steady drop. Big drops for Mexican unauthorized immigrants. Okay, so he's saying that the number of there's less detainers than there are unauthorized immigrants. But how would that explain why there's so few legal immigrants in the prison? Because according to other data, it's lower than U.S. foreign people, like a legal immigrant crime, but it's like 60% that at minimum. Okay, let's see it.
But it is true our borders are out of control. It is also true that this has been a situation on our borders back through a number of administrations. And I supported this bill. I believe in the idea of amnesty for those who have put down roots and who have lived here, even though some time back they may have entered illegally. With regard to the employer sanctions, we must have that, not only to ensure that we can identify the illegal aliens, but also, while some keep protesting about what it would do to employers, there is another employer that we shouldn't be so concerned about. And these are employers down through the years who have encouraged the illegal entry into this country because they then hire these individuals and hire them at starvation wages and with none of the benefits that we think are normal and natural for workers in our country, and the individuals can't complain because of their illegal status. We don't think that those people should be allowed to continue operating free. And this was why the provisions that we had in with regard to sanctions and so forth. And I'm going to do everything I can, and all of us in the administration are, to join in again, when Congress is back at it, to get an immigration bill that will give us once again control of our borders. And with regard to friendship below the border and with the countries down there, yes, no administration that I know has established the relationship that we have with our Latin friends. But as long as they have an economy that leaves so many people in dire poverty and unemployment, they are going to seek that employment across our borders, and we work with those other countries.
President Reagan did sign the sweeping new Immigration Reform Act today. He said that it protects the sacred possession of American citizenship.
We didn't call it amnesty, we called it legalization. We're able to escape the hammer blows from the left and the right and everybody else.
Well, I was actually extremely hopeful that the law would work because many of the members that I represented in my local union,
we called it legalization. We're able to escape the hammer
citizenship.
We didn't call it amnesty, we called it legalization. We're able to escape the hammer blows from the left and the right and everybody else.
Well, I was actually extremely hopeful that the law would work because many of the members that I represented in my local union were undocumented.
Senator Alan Simpson, a Republican from Wyoming, helped author the Immigration Reform and Control Act, along with Kentucky Democrat Romano Mazzoli.
We brought up two bills, one on illegal immigration and one on legal immigration, and both passed. Well, the illegal immigration bill worked because everybody wanted to hammer the illegals. That's the ancient phrase today. So we did legalization, and 3 million people came out of the dark from 93 countries.
The initial bill was seen as the answer to the country's immigration issues. It offered 3 solutions. Amnesty to illegal immigrants who came to the U.S. prior to 1980.
Union were undocumented.
Oops. Well, that was interesting. So, I'll finish chewing.
The illegal immigration bill worked because everybody wanted to hammer the illegals. That's the ancient phrase today. So we did legalization, and 3 million people came out of the dark from 93 countries.
The initial bill was seen as the answer to the country's immigration issues. It offered 3 solutions. Amnesty to illegal immigrants who came to the U.S. prior to 1982, economic sanctions against employers who hired illegal workers, and a proposal to fortify the nation's borders. At the same time, granting amnesty wasn't a popular solution. This poll from 1984 shows that 55% of the country thought the government should arrest and deport illegal immigrants.
Gotta write these down. Where's our history? Oh yeah, our history tab's at the top. Delete these.
Sanctions against employers who... The initial bill was seen as the answer to the country's immigration issues. It offered 3 solutions. Amnesty to illegal immigrants who came to the U.S. prior to 1982, economic sanctions against employers who hired illegal workers, and a proposal to fortify the nation's borders. At the same time, granting amnesty wasn't a popular solution.
There you go. Okay. 55% of U.S. favored arrest and deportation of illegal migrants. Damn, that's severe. It's gonna be way less than now. Oh, Trump's doing this. Okay, effects. 3 million people came out of the woodwork. Okay, so let's see, population in US population in 1986. Okay, so this was 1.25% of population. So right now, Pew's current estimate's 11 million divided by 3.2%. Current estimate by Pew is that 3.2% of population is unauthorized.
This poll from 1984 shows that 55% of the country thought the government should arrest and deport illegal immigrants. But public opinion toward immigrants wasn't one-sided. A 1985 poll found that a majority of Americans believed recent immigrants were good, honest people and productive citizens once they became established.
Gallup, 1985 poll. Deport immigrants. All right, Gallup. In your view, should immigration be kept at its present level, increase or decrease? I wish they specified here legal immigration. Oof. Okay, so it's 37% of national adults favor deporting all illegal immigrants. I feel like this is the type of thing where I vote for representatives who are supposed to get informed by economists. To make the decisions, economists or the politicians just think about the morality of it. So, allowing immigrants living in the U.S. illegally the chance to become U.S. citizens if they meet certain requirements over a period of time. Only 30% oppose. Although 37 or 47% favor deporting all migrants back to back to their original country. Okay, well, there's a strong proposal, or there's strong support to legalize children that were brought here. Or, yeah, to legalize people that were brought here illegally as children. Okay, so we have a lot of people. 37% of adults in the country favor mass deportation. Yeah, that's awful. Fuck, well, I think it's just like I just. I really don't want to do that. I might change their mind. Okay, this article doesn't have any graphs. I wish it did. Hmm.
I'm glad that the Senate is now having some discussion among members, not yet on the floor, about the issue of immigration.
Who's this guy?
Because it's a very important
Senator
problem
Chuck
that we have to deal
Grassley.
with. So I look forward to the debate that I think is coming up this year on immigration. And I would want to share my thoughts and my past experiences on this issue. I particularly want to share my personal experience from the 1980s amnesty law and what we can learn from that debate. But before I go into that history, I want to commend many senators that are working together to forge a consensus and produce a product on this terribly difficult issue. I commend them for sitting down and agreeing to a set of principles that were put forth in a news conference last week. As ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, I expect to play a role in.
But it is true our borders are out of control. It is.
How come you went into the British Army anyway? When you were
Well, I don't.
Let's see here.
I favor ending birthright citizenship for the kids of illegal immigrants in this country.
Thanks to each wave of new arrivals to this land of opportunity, we're a nation forever young.
We build hundreds of miles of border wall, and despite what's said here today, we reduced illegal immigration and asylum abuse by 90%.
Rather than making them talking about putting up a fence, make it possible for them to come here legally with a work permit, and when they want to go back, they can go back, and they can cross, and open the border both ways.
This border is going to be a day one issue for me as president. We're going to declare it a national emergency. Yes.
The work permit, and when they want to go back, they can go back, and they can cross, and open the border both ways.
This border is going to be a day one issue for me as president. We're going to declare it a national emergency. Yes, we'll build the wall.
If we ever close the door to new Americans, our leadership in the world would soon be lost.
Joe Biden should not be on the picket line. He should be on the southern border working to close our southern border.
Anyone from any corner of the earth can come to live in America and become an American.
I favor ending birthright citizenship for the kids of illegal immigrants in this country.
Thanks to each wave of new arrivals to this land of opportunity, we're a nation forever young.
We build hundreds of miles of border wall, and despite what's said here today, we reduced illegal immigration and asylum abuse by 90%.
Rather than making
What were like the effects on amnesty or of amnesty? Let's see, median house prices. So they stay here. We know they live in houses, so currently unauthorized immigrants live much more densely in houses than US born people. I mean, I won't have to parse the state of myself. Oh, look. Prices went up a little sharply here. Okay, median sale prices of houses. So this would be include used houses. Why is it? It's not adjusted for inflation. That's weird. Oh, so it's such a good time to buy. 2019. Okay. What were the effects? The legalization of these immigrants allow them to participate more fully in the U.S. economy, contributing to the workforce and paying taxes. Weak employer sanctions. IRCA did not adequately address the issue of providing sufficient legal immigration channels for future immigrants, leading to a bottleneck in the system. Okay, folks, well, next stream we're going to look more into CATO's back and forth with CPRC and the effects of amnesty and the expected effects of mass deportations. Okay, have a good night, y'all.